写到这个笔记本没了，好，再换另外一个笔记本。好，开始了。好，1、2。Hello. Hello. Oh, how? Thank you. Hello. Now is the makeup English translation for December 31st program. The program was several parts, and the first part was about celebrating New Year's Eve dinner. It's a dinner at our center, and I couldn't do the English translation that day, so now I'm compensating it. In the beginning, Annie says, "Hello, everyone." So I just move everything back to that night, December 31st. Hello, everyone. Annie says, today it's the last day of year 2019. In a few hours, year 2020 is gonna to be arrived. And sorry for today. Sorry for tonight's dinner is cold, because there was a problem. There was a huge traffic jam out there, and our center volunteer who was supposed to deliver the food to the center was delayed. And he says that we are a Buddhist center, we're a Buddhist center. So we need to engage each word, each act, and each mind, each thinking, and even mental formation. It's very crucial, it's very significant, because we are a Dharma center. We need to do that in order to purify all our body, mind, and speech. So each word we say, each act we do, each thinking and each mental formation we make is very important and it's significant to others. This dinner was supposed to delivered, was supposed to be had at 6 p.m. But it was delayed for about 2 hours. This dinner was ordered and catered by a restaurant, veggie restaurant called Hexi Restaurant. They are doing such a great job. They make sure they wanted to do this table full of dinner set, very tasty and very warm enough for us to enjoy. So they tried their best to deliver the foods as fast as they can and also on time. Just a few moments delayed, because they wanted to make sure the foods will be hot on table. But I'm so sorry to apologize that it's our center's fault. It's our center's fault that we couldn't make this dream come true. Their dream of wishing the food to be served hot on the table to come true. Why is that? Because our center volunteer who was supposed to pick up our special guest, this senior guest to come to our center to do a program together, but she went out home late, and then she was caught up in the traffic jam, and so she was delayed and couldn't get our guest to be and could not pick up our guests on time. So the dinner could not be served until just now. It was almost 2 hours late, later than we had expected. This kind of careless behavior really contradicts with the Buddhist practices and the teachings, and then it could certainly damage to a whole lot. We failed to carry out our promises to get this food served hot on the table to these restaurant owners, and we apologize for that. And this is so wrong. All I can do is to do repentance, and my mind is full of repentance right now. And yet my volunteer co-member, as she came into the center, this lack of a regretful and repentant manner really was not okay. The attitude was so wrong. She did not say sorry to anyone who was waiting for her, and then carelessly disregarding the senior guest to be waiting for her over to almost 2 hours, and the restaurant foods to be delayed for almost 2 hours to be served to everybody. So I really feel sorry, and I apologize for everything, for the troubles and then failures that we have made. Though the soup is cold on the table, Annie says, I know my heart is still very warm. Why is that? Because I know how the restaurant owners have done his best to prepare the food to be delicious and to be warm, to be served at the table. With his heart was full of concerns and care for us, especially for me, because he wants his, as far as I know, and he says that he and his son cooked this meal for a long time, and then carried the food very carefully, wholeheartedly, with a small motorcycle, holding the foods well, make sure to be delivered here. Just have simply wishing this sick Ani to enjoy the food hot enough. They just have this wish that this food can be delivered to Ani, who is quite sick, so that she can have this food warm enough. They make sure that the soup will be hot enough. This makes me very touched. This makes me realize that Dharma is not just far away. It's not just a distant type of, Dharma is not a kind of philosophy that is far away from our life, that has nothing to do with our life. Instead, Dharma is very close to us, to each one of us, and can be implemented and blended into our daily lives. What I want to say, Annie says that, is that how we promise others, what to promise, what we say and what we promise to others, we have to keep them. We don't want to just drag our feet to postpone everything. to let people down. If all of us are like this, holding on to, attaching to the conceptions and conditions of ourselves, we may end up making troubles, causing problems for others, and making others down. For example, tonight this volunteer went out home late, caught up in the traffic, couldn't make the pickup for our senior guest on time, and then our senior guest had to wait in his place for almost 2 hours to come to our center to have this meal. So don't ever think a small act is nothing. Don't think you're somebody so important, significant. No, not at all. There is no such a thing like this in the world. There's no things in the world that can go with you. Only karma can. The whole delay has nothing to do with the vegetarian restaurant. It has nothing to do with them. It's our responsibility. It's our center's responsibility. Now, I don't want to say too much about that. I don't want to address too much about that, but it's totally wrong. Now let's get focused on this delicious dish. Let's take a look and get the camera shoot at the dishes. These are all delicious dishes. It's ordered and made by this restaurant called Hexi, and then this veggie restaurant is at Guandu, near Guandu, just right next to Hongshuling and Danshui. So we wanted their food to be promoted, and they have made their most endeavors to prepare for this table full delicious meals for us. Thanks to them. Nowadays, a lot of food delivery services out there, such as Uber or Panda, and then a lot of delivery people, in order to make much more money, a little bit more money, they kind of rush on the road. And then a lot of times I've learned that they can really get themselves into terrible car accidents. Please, all the food delivery services people, please don't do that. I want to urge you, and it goes on to urge that making money is important, true, but please don't risk your life. Life can be more precious than money. How much money can you make? The amount of money you can make is really having to do with the virtues and merits that you have accumulated from past till now. You cannot get more money just by rushing here and there to get money into your pockets. No, actually not. So please put your life as the first priority and use your life to practice. If you practice well, your merits will grow and your fortune will come. As you have enough merits, you don't have to worry much. whatever will be yours will come. So please think of others, think for others as you ride your motorcycles to deliver fruits on the road. Also think for yourself. This is very important. This is a significant practice. So sorry again, we keep our senior guest wait and wait for over 2 hours. Let's now enjoy the foods, and because it's been quite a long time waiting. If you feel like, I wanted to urge all of you to order this so delicious vegetarian food from this restaurant called Hexi. And the following program, we may not have too many, the following months, we may not have too many programs, Annie said, because I feel it's a good time to do a little bit small personal retreat. I'll do the retreat by doing more recitations at center by myself. I really feel there's a great importance of putting our time, our mind, and our whole heart into Dharma practices. I feel like to do more repentance in this coming year, because a lot of times we are not really good people. If we look deeply, we are not really good people. We are not good. Even though we have taken refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, in the three jewels, a lot of us have done that. Yet our body, mind, and speech are not in accordance with Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We are not thinking for others. We are so self-centered. We are so self-absorbed. Our emotions, and we tend to attach a lot to the idea and conceptions of self. And our habits are so strong that we don't even care about others. Of course, being a vegetarian will grow our good karmas, will help us grow kindness in our heart. That's for sure. Being a vegetarian will grow our kindness in our heart. And then we may develop a little bit more prajna wisdom. And then with this prajna wisdom, we may, but what is prajna wisdom? Wisdom has to do with requiring us to listen to others, to contemplating, listen to Dharma, following Dharma, contemplating on Dharma, and practicing Dharma. And it may has to do with how many or what type of life experiences you have gone through. Like our guest speaker, senior guest speaker, Master Sha. He is growing into 98 years old this year, and he is from China, and he has had so many life experiences, so that he can be so still, steady, and firm tonight, even though he was held up and delayed for our late people was procrastinating to pick him up, but he was still firm and steady and calm, and as if nothing has happened. so we can learn from him that this is the practice of being a vegetarian. He himself is a vegetarian, and he himself is an elderly who is whose life experiences is so abundant. That would give him this calmness in front of us. Even there is a huge delay that happened tonight. And now Ani says that let's take a pause, wait. I just want to say again, Ani says that this elder friend of us, Master Sha, he had waited since 5 p.m., hungry for almost 2 hours. Just now we could sit down and serve him with meals. I feel really, really so sorry because my volunteer was so wrong and was so careless. And the whole thing had to do with this whole incident. This careless behavior really caused problems to many others. I really need to kneel down and beg for Mr. Sha's forgiveness. And he says that if I'm not this sick, I will kneel down and then ask for I couldn't even ask Mr. Sha to forgive us. We are a center, but if I'm not the sick, if I don't have the center to run, I can just hide myself and read the sutras every day. But no, I can't. I have a center to run, and then especially nowadays, I know out there's so much need for us that we can do. I cannot close the door of my center. Otherwise, I will close the door and simply just do my prayers every day. This mistake should not be happening. This mistake is about not being a righteous person. Because we keep an old person wait and wait for such a long time to have his meal, to have his dinner. How can I go on to share Dharma later on? How can I go on about doing that tonight? Should I do that? I don't even know. If I cannot do what is said by me, if I cannot carry out what I say, what's the use of saying it? So Ani was very tearful, saying, I'm so sorry, Mr. Sha. I have kept you wait for such a long time, and I have let this restaurant Hershey down so much. He did not get to see their food served hot and warm on the table. But still, I wanted to get his food shot in the camera to be seen clearly in tonight's program. But I feel so sorry to fail you two, and we failed to give them a good promotion, to give this restaurant a good food promotion as we have promised them. I can only do repentance again later on. And he feels that there are so many people out there so kind to us, trying their best to help us. But what can we really give and do for them in return? So Ani says that I will remind myself next time in tears that I will do better next time, and this should not be happening. This is the practice. And again, so sorry from my heart to you, Mr. Shah. And now let's take a break so everyone can have the meal. So that's the first part of the program. There was a series of program on December 31st, the last day of year 2019. And then it goes on to the second part of the program. It was called Greeting the New Year. Or you can say Celebrating New Year's Eve. In the beginning, Ani says, "Hi everyone. Let's go on to our second part of the program. Tonight, our special guest, senior guest, Mr. Shah, Master Shah, due to his family situations, he has to go earlier than he has planned with us. So he may need to leave before the program ends. Mr. Shah is a very dear friend of us. We have known him since this past June. He is a senior citizen living alone by himself. He is about 90 years old. And I hope one day I can still bring him, and he says that I hope one day I can still bring Mr. Shah to be audienced by His Holiness Gyalwang Kamaba, and then to be ordained by him. We really need to take good care of our senior citizens. Yet today we failed to do so. We let him down. We kept him wait for over 2 hours to get his meal. I really apologized for that. We owed him a lot. For our volunteers went late to pick him up. And then this delay was totally unforgettable and unforgivable. Unforgivable. And I feel so sorry. This isn't right at all. But I feel worse is that there's no apology from our center member. So as an Ani, I can only do repentance later on as much as possible. And now let's read a little bit from His Holiness book called, in Chinese, called 法王教你做菩萨, and in English it's called Traveling the Path of Compassion. And there was a reading by one lay female volunteer. If out of great desire, someone steals all our wealth, or makes another do so, to dedicate our body, possessions, and all merit of the 3 times to this person is the practice of a Bodhisattva. Excuse me, I think it's, yeah. And there goes explanation from His Holiness. All our possessions were stolen. If all our So there goes explanation by His Holiness in this book, Traveling the Path of Compassion. If all of our possessions were stolen, we would naturally call the police. Nothing else would come to mind. But there is another way to deal with it. As the story about a robbery in Tibet shows, it comes from Ladakh, the area of my home in eastern Tibet. A friend from Ladakh was traveling in his home territory when robbers fell upon him and stole everything he had, including his horse. There was nothing left but a cup with a silver lining, which he kept in his inner pouch. As the robbers were about to leave, the man took out this cup and said to the robbers, precious robbers, please take this also. I know that we people from Ladakh were always traveling, and you might need a cup on the road. So he gave it to the robbers, even though they had overlooked it at first. The point here is that we usually think we own the things we have. It is true that they are our possessions, but eventually they go here and there. Things are passed around. So clinging to our possessions does not make any sense. If we place too much importance on possessions as people want to rob us, we could fight them, and in the process we lose not only our possessions but also our very life. We should know what has a greater value. We should not risk our lives for something, such as the various things we have accumulated. That is not as significant. That is not as significant as life itself. Possessions are only relatively important. The point here is that even if we lose our possessions, we should not be too affected by it and dedicate them to the people who have taken them away. This is the practice of a Bodhisattva. So Ani goes on sharing after this part of reading from His Holiness the 17th Gyalwang Gamaba. Ani goes on sharing that I may what I want to do is a lot of sometimes I may have my niece read some part of this book, or some lay people read this book later on, talking about the talking about in terms of the my niece, who I will just call her my girl. This is my girl in my family. She herself is not a very clever one, yet she is a very simple-minded teenager. I myself, Ani said, I don't expect her to be a big person. He doesn't have to study and get good grades like others in a society. He doesn't even have to be doing a very professional job later on as she grows up. All I wanted to do with her, or to get her to learn, is that I want myself to teach her to how to learn to be a good person. Though she may have some sort of disabilities or malfunctionings, in herself, and then she can run into a lot of frustrations in the process of growing up. She may not do as well or perform at school as well as other children. I still want her and tell myself that, actually Annie says that I often tell her, my niece, my family girl, that you don't need to get the first grade. You don't need to be outstanding at school. I don't expect you to do that. All I want is for you to be a good person. So a lot of times I just tell her to go eat, and he need not think too much, because Annie thinks, Annie then later on shares, because I think even if you are a president for this country, if you cannot take good care of your country people, that is useless. If you are a Sangha, but you many times, if you are a Sangha already, and you have many centers as a Sangha, and so if you can't even help some people with disabilities, or you don't care about street dogs, or workers at like labor workers who are not holding jobs, high level jobs. If you don't care about them, all you see is just people with higher level of life qualities or higher status. If you see with this discriminating eyes, I hope my child is not going to become like this, because this is nothing. Holding great jobs, so-called great jobs, really is nothing. Annie says to her niece, her family girl, that I would rather you to be a normal person. A lot of times Annie says that to her family girl, and she's sharing that. I rather my niece to be just a normal person, an ordinary person, not having to do a very great at her. I mean, she has to put herself to all her efforts at school and at jobs, of course, but I don't wish her to be outstanding. Instead, I would tell her, if you come to our center to be volunteer at our center, you need to have veggie diets like us and with us. Because in here, that's how we do things here. And Annie says that I know my niece's qualities and faculties. I simply hope that my niece can just learn from watching my behaviors and my speech, and will learn a little bit goodness in there. I don't have much time left because I have been very sick in the past years. I don't see myself, a lot of times I feel myself dying. I feel myself running out of life and time. And lots of us don't even have much time left. It's true. As we are on the verge, and we don't really have much time. We don't know how much time we would leave. I mean, we don't know how much time we would have left in our life. Most of the time, we are actually on the verge, at the gateway of the hells. We are right next to the hells. We may fall into hells at any minute as life ends. So, why is that? Because as human beings, we actually have made lots of countless bad karmas, and we don't even have awareness for that. And so my child isn't as beautiful and as clever as others. That is okay. I tell her also, it's okay that you just, as long as you accept for who you are and love yourself, that is okay. A lot of us have many different titles and have earned many different titles, and yet we still have to face so many sufferings and pains inside of us. His Holiness Gyalwang Kamaba has taught us even to one, even taught us that as we are robbed, we even have to say thank you to the robber, and then say to the robber, may you be good, take all my possessions and may you be good. We even have to do so to people who rob us. So how can we be so unkind toward others? How can we be so unkind toward our elder guest this evening? And how can we be so unkind toward the vegetarian owner who prepared us hot foods so deliciously? All the teachings we have received are about being kind to others. And all the teachings are about to teach us how to be good people. Even toward a person who may want to kill us, we need to give them foods. We need to give our respects to them, to the people who try to kill us. And at the end, we even have to dedicate our virtues and merits to the people who are trying to harm us. So each time, as I read through the lines in the Buddhist teachings, in my teacher's teachings, I always feel puzzled. How can we learn well from these teachings? How can we put all these teachings into real life practices into our lives? The more I read, Annie said, the more I feel repentant, the more I feel regretful. How can we read the lines and afterwards we forget and not do so? Each day as we wake up in the morning, all we think is, oh, how to get a good cup of coffee and get a good piece of pie or cake. And where do we go about having our breakfast? And on holidays, we all think about how do we go have fun. And as you are told to do services for Dharma, those Dharma friends at center who may have no use to you, as you are told to do services, you don't care about your Dharma friends at the center because you feel that they have no use for you. You cannot get anything from them. How can you go about think that way? Of course then, if you have that mindset, you will do your service unwillingly, and you would take things very carelessly. You won't do things with your whole heart. And so as you are asked to do things for the center, you just, you might think, oh, this center is a center with no names, not even big name, with no names. You might feel reluctant to do anything for this small center, because in your mind, you feel that there is no benefit at all for you to do things for this small center. You might think that, why should I do things for you? You're not going to benefit me anything. So who do you think you are? Why should I do things for you? You might think this ways, etc., and so on and so forth. Well, if you live your life in such a way, I don't know. I don't know, you're the poor one or I'm the poor one. A lot of people look down on me, and he says that, because I don't look good in appearance, and I'm a sick person. I don't look well, and I'm just an anila, a nun. A nun holds no greatness in Buddhist monastery sometimes. But I think Buddha and Bodhisattva, all they want us to do is to endure hard times, to practice hard. So I tell myself, and he says that, at time like this, being put down and not being liked by others, it is good. It is good for me to do my practices. Even just the practice of giving, or so I can practice giving and generosity. But even the practice of giving and generosity is hard to be done. This lifetime of mine, and he says, I have a lot of maybe bad karmas from my previous lives. So this lifetime of mine has to suffer a lot. I am a person born with a lot of disabilities, obstacles, and therefore I get humiliations quite easily from others. But it's okay. This is a good thing for me, and this is a good time for me to practice. I'm always telling this to myself. I know this has to do with my past karmas. I must have made bad karmas in my past lives so that I'm getting all this lifetime. There are reasons for having to encounter put downs and humiliations from others. I just wanted to face my own conditions. And I just wanted to face and accept the fact that many people out there don't like me. I know this very well from my childhood. Yet I cannot think myself only. I don't want to just to so focused on myself only. Because I know out there are lots of people who are like me, with disabilities, with a lot of physical discomforts, and then are in situations not so good. I'm grateful to be alive, to still have a little bit breath to go on. And my teacher, His Holiness Gyalwang Karmapa, the 17th Karmapa, was so kind to me. He took me into be one of his disciples and his students as a nun. And he agreed me to go around the island of Taiwan to do my services in the past 5 years. And then he greeted me to have a center to do whatever I can do. He agreed me and he blessed me to allow me to do what I can do. And then I am grateful to have my bare eyesight to see others' needs still. With my poor eyesight, with my poor vision, I still can see a little bit of others' needs to make more so that I can continue to make growth, personal growth, as I continue to be in the service for others in the process. And thanks for Master Sha to be our honored guest today. And then as far as I know, Ani says that, as far as I know, Mr. Sha has been a vegetarian for over 60 years. And later on in his life, he also, at some point of his life, he also learned to do paintings, Buddha paintings, to paint Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, like Guan Yin Avalokiteshvara. So it has to do with his vegetarianism and Buddha paintings that he can be so long life and healthy. All Buddha teachings, with all the Buddha teachings, we probably are not able to comprehend them all the Buddha teachings. We probably, surely cannot realize the stage of achievements by Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Now Ani says, let's welcome Master Sha as he gets ready to put himself in a very beautiful dress. He will be doing his wonderful Pekingese Chinese opera singing and performance and dances for us tonight. So let's welcome Master Sha to come above stage to the front of the camera to do the performance of Chinese opera. And there goes the performance of by Master Sha. And later on, Ani went on to have a dialogue with Master Sha. And Master Sha shares a little bit of his own thoughts and thinking. He said, in retrospect of last year, at this time of this year, we can think in retrospect about the wrongdoings we have made in the past year, and as well as the good deeds we have made in the past year. We can do a little bit calculation, and then we need to repent for what we have done wrong. And we Buddhists, we don't want to just to dwell upon worldly concerns, to be so concerned about wealth and fames and things like this. Being a Buddhist is really about how to make changes and transform the habits of greed, anger, and ignorance. And then we also need to think about how to benefit sentient beings as much as possible. And then we need to keep in mind any minute that we need to take refuge in 3 jewels. Mr. Sha also says that as I pray every day, I call Buddhas to come. Not only Buddhas, I also call a lot of sentient beings, all sentient beings to come to be in front of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I also pray for them. I pray also to purify my karmas. And at this degenerated time, it's really like a hell world right now, hell realm. Animals are slaughtered and then are hurt. So it is important nowadays that we Buddhists really uphold the Buddhist teachings. Buddhist teachings is so wonderful and so significant. It can really take us to world peace. And may this world is free from any kinds of wars. We don't want wars. Wars are supposed to be ceased and don't come anymore. Let's be in peace and be in harmony with all around us. And let's remember the names of the Buddhas. We remember Buddhas in our mind, as if, and then we clean our mind as if we clean the garbage every day. And Buddha is the one that has the most houses or mansions in the world. It's true, you can see so many temples and monasteries throughout the world. Who do they pray to? They pray to the Buddhas. So Buddha is the richest person in the world. We cannot be richer than him. So we don't need to go for any more wealth in our lives. And Buddha, the Lord Buddha, is the most noble teacher in this world. May we do well in this new coming year, and then may we face ourselves and to do repentance as much as we can, so that and may we live a happy life. And let's not cause any wars or conflicts in us, among us, and inside of us. Let's have peace in mind. And this is what I wish, said by Master Sha. I like to make a wish today that Ani will be healthy and will be well. And thanks, Ani, for having me here tonight as a guest. May all beings free from sufferings, and may all beings go to the Buddha lands. And there goes another reading from this book by His Holiness the 17th Gawankamapa. This book is called Traveling the Path of Compassion Again, on stanza 13. Stanza 13, it goes, even if another were to cut off our head, though we had not the slightest thought to take on their negativity with compassion, is the practice of a Bodhisattva. This is extremely difficult to do. So let us have the practice. So let us leave this practice to very highly realized beings, and there is no need to explain it. And it goes on to share then, we every day need to listen to Dharma, contemplate on Dharma, and realize as well as practice Dharma teachings from from our heart. And we also need to receive teachings from great masters and contemplate the teachings done by great masters and realize the teachings given by great masters. We human beings, we normally don't have prajna wisdom to see what evil deeds we have inside of us, or evil thoughts, or even evil sides inside of us. We all think that we have generated quite enough merits in each single moment in our lives, but actually we are not. We don't know. We think we are good people. We are good enough. No, we actually are not. We think bad people are just those who are out there who do the killings. But the people who do the killings, yes, they are bad, but are we better than them? We are not good ones either. No, good people need to practice hard. And through practice, we get to see our true selves, our true sides of self. And then through practices, we can then get to know a little bit about ourselves. And then we can then learn and know how to be good and better people. And so this is, Annie thinks this is what the stanza 13 may seem too difficult for us, but at least we can generate a little bit aspiration or reflection from that stanza 13. And stanza 13 also may guide us to think about how to make observations and how to observe our minds, how to pay attention to how our mind works or is working, and how to tame our minds, how to change our deeds, so that we can move on to the path of liberation. Otherwise, we can only just engage ourselves in just worldly concerns and then do a whole lot of worldly things and hold these worldly manners to come to Buddhist centers. That won't help us at all. That type of attitude and manners, full of worldly concerns, won't liberate us. That will just add on more afflictions and attachments for us. And we'll just become more and more clinging to this conceptualization of self. And that, at the end, will be leading us to go to the hell room, to get more sufferings. And from stanza 13, of course, it's only the enlightened ones that can understand and comprehend this stanza. We, just normal beings, we cannot. But what we can learn from this stanza is that we can learn to cherish our great teacher's words. We really need to cherish our great teacher's words. We don't have this wisdom, the great wisdom, as our teachers and Buddha has. We don't have the wisdom enough to see the perfect Buddha lands. It's actually the Buddha's compassion and love that we can go to their pure lands. So through remembering through remembering Buddhas, through recitation the names of the Buddhas, that we can go to the Buddha's land. Well, Ani says, 2019, the year of 2019 is over in a few minutes. And then 2020 is almost coming. Let's now getting ready to say goodbye to year 2019 and say farewell to our past wrongdoings as well. Let's put those wrongdoings in the past, in the back. And let's now be hopeful going toward the upcoming year. May all be happy, and may happiness come upon each one of us. And may happiness, well, you know, happiness, where is it, the happiness gonna come from? Happiness actually comes from being kind to others, loving others unconditionally, with almost no attachments to self. So if you can do this, you then will be ultimately happy. And others around you will be happy as well. If your giving is not done with a kind heart, is not done with a sincere heart, other people will know automatically. The gods and goddesses and even the ghosts will know that whether you are or you are not giving or doing things with a kind heart. Only the pure Buddha nature is the real truth. We are here to cultivate our true Buddha nature. It's the Buddha nature that can be called true and authentic. We all wanted to develop that. So let's go find our true self, our true nature. Otherwise, we are gonna just to go on back and forth in samsara, in this cyclic existence over and over. Well, we can also taking forms in samsara again and again. It's our choice, of course. But now, isn't it also a time to be different? Let's take a look at Mr. Shah. Oh, he is about to leave. So now let's take a pause and then to see off Master Shah, thank him for coming into our center to be our honored guest, to do his to share his Chinese opera singing, and to do a little bit performance at our center. We are so honored to have him today with us. And so let's take a pause and take a break, and we're gonna to see off Mr. Shah and thank him for coming in today. May we all, as we get on the road, be careful as we are driving. Out there are so many people rushing on the roads, carelessly going, in a very careless mind. Our practice is taking self less important, while taking others more important than us. And then also our practice teaches us to practice emptiness, seeing others more important than us, than ourselves. So may all of us put our mind into practice with sincerity, with wholeheartedness, and then we can then liberate ourselves from samsara eventually. So this is Ani's sharing at this section. And then after that, after Master Sha is sing off, Ani then resumes into the program and say, hello everyone again. Now in 20-something minutes, it's this new year 2020, and let's move on. And you might think you have a wonderful life by the fact that you are getting up in the morning every day, and you can have a good cup of coffee, and later on you can grab a very wonderful lunch, and at dinner time you can have a spicy hot pot as much as you can, or later on even at the nightclubs after dinner you can just grab a cup of drinks or alcohol, or dance a little bit at nightclub, etc., and so on and so forth. So yes, you can have such a happy life out there. You might think that the very last minute of this year of 2019, I will just go off and to spend my time with my friends and families and have fun. You might just want to forget all the unhappy things that you had in the past year. Yet, as a practitioner, we know that that life is not full of happiness. Life is not that happy at all sometimes. It's actually, sometimes life can be full of transitory and can be full of impermanence. Life itself is actually impermanent. So as a practitioner in Buddhism, we don't focus so much on indulging ourselves in pleasures and happy things. Yes, we can have a little bit that, but as we indulge ourselves too much in pleasures, we may actually end up losing and decreasing our merits. Our merits, as we have pleasures, are actually going down and reduced very soon. You might think, oh, Buddhism is all the Buddhist teachings is talking so negative and so poor. We don't want to do that. And then, so yes, it's true. So there are times people who don't dare to come to Buddhist centers. And even if you are a Buddhist, even if you have taken refuge in three jewels, you may also still have no ideas how to respect sanghas. Ani says that one time, let me share with you, our program, we used to sponsor some Anis nuns to go to India to receive empowerment. And we sponsored each nun with about 80,000 new Taiwan dollars to be able to attend the empowerment programs in Bodh Gaya. But in the process, a lot of lay people got a little bit upset. They didn't think that it was necessary to offer Sangha so much, fully sponsored them to go to this trip. So these lay people hold much anger toward our program, our idea of offering Sangha free trips to Buddha Gaya. And so these lay people, as far as I know, Ani says, made some negative comments about our center, about our group. And then before I didn't want to talk about or to address on this, but it's almost been 1 year so far. All I know is that I don't think I have done anything wrong. Why? I think Sangha is not in the working class people. It's not employed. So of course, Sangha is totally dependent upon sponsorship and offerings made by lay people. And so what's wrong with making offerings to them? Offerings by lay people shouldn't be shouldn't be this offering to Sangha shouldn't be just this offering at a Lingo Sangha festival that is held once or a couple of times a year. Sangha offering or offering money to Sangha anywhere, anytime is feasible and it should be done. It's your merit to be able to make offerings to Sangha. Some Sangha may have cultivated their merits very well. And some, of course, may not. I understand that. But this is none of your concern. Sangha's practice is none of the lay people's concern. Sangha, of course, have our own, Sanghas may also have their own karmas. Because I am now also in part of, Ani goes on and says that I don't have adequate learning, I don't have adequate training. What I can do is just by sharing what I know. And I can only share with this much in hope that through my sharing, we can all be better people. We are now a small center, very small center. Surely we need sponsorships and offerings from everywhere. And but making offering is a great honor, and it's not an easy case. It's not an easy thing to be done. I understand. Our center is small. We need a whole lot of sponsorship. We need a whole lot of everything. And then you lay people out there will do your best. Will try to do your best to eliminate obstacles. And he goes on to share that the practice is about eliminate obstacles or obstructions, to remove obstacles in our practices, which means that we need to learn to diminish negative habitual patterns and to foster as many merits as possible. You might think that your life is so wonderful and smooth and beautiful. You can get whatever you like. Even at the times of serving yourself as volunteers for some centers, you might think that you are doing a great job. And one time, I went to request an audience with a great master, Rinpoche. Several of us just arrived. And then we were just there getting out of our car and started to discuss what to do next. And all of a sudden, a program volunteer scolded at us, asking us to be quiet, to shut up, with his voice raised quite loud to us. We all were startled, and we all went silent in 1 minute. And we did not know what we have done to deserve this. Yes, it might be us who were a little bit noisy and misbehaved. However, in the back of my mind, I was thinking to myself, and he said that, you, as a volunteer, shouldn't you do a little bit practice of 6 paramitas or 6 perfections? You can also say in a nice way that, excuse me, the program was inside, and the program is inside during the prayer. Would you please be quiet to lower your voice down a little bit? We are just a group of people who just arrived and who just knew nothing what is going on inside upon our arrival. And then we also needed to go to washroom. We need to do the toileting. We were looking for the washroom, and we did not know where to go. We just came from outside to indoor. And I was the one with a lot of disabilities and sicknesses, and I was low in blood sugar, trying to get my food out of the bag to get my blood sugar up. So we were in the middle of something, and we were out of our hands. And so couldn't you volunteers be there attending to us, to our needs, and then told us in a nice way that here is the washroom, and then if you need to discuss, please lower your voice a little bit because there's a program inside going on. The prayer is still going on. But instead, we were getting scolded. We were getting, these kind of circumstances really get me to think that a lot of times, a lot of centers out there really need to think a lot. And it seems that if you are not a big famous center group, it seems to us that if you are not a big famous center group, you deserve belittlement, as if we are just like street dogs can be, as if we are just like street dogs being yelled and being unwelcomed, being put down, and we did not even know what we have done was not welcomed or wrong. So this is what I wanted to share. And he said, as we are told to tame our mind again and again about the practices, isn't this is this taming our mind about? Is this way? Taming our mind should be done. Taming our mind isn't it supposed to be being kind and compassionate toward others, especially toward others who are in special needs. People like me, or people with mental or other kinds of physical disabilities, or even the street dogs. Taming our mind and doing our practices, isn't it about being kind to those above with special needs? In the previous incident that I were talking about, Annie said, maybe it was our fault, our group's fault, that we, because we may probably just really block the whole way. Because we just got there, we had no clue what was going on. It is because we actually didn't want to screw up the ceremony, and then, let's not, if we are center volunteers, let's not just pretend to be to protect the images of this event in a nice way. Let's really reach out our hands to help those who are in need, and offer as much help as possible for those who are in need. And he says that maybe we are not center who would do a lot of money offering as much as other centers or as much as other sponsors, but we don't also deserve this type of scolding or mistreatment like this. I sincerely hope that this won't be done by other centers at all. I really don't understand, Annie said. I really cannot comprehend at all. But I'm not venting my temper to you, or I'm not venting, or I am tossing my grudges to you. I'm just repenting at this very last moment. In this last day, on this last day of year 2019, I really sincerely hope my center people, they would attend to people in wheelchairs. They would attend to people in poor conditions, with disadvantaged conditions. And then my center people will try their best to reach their hands to others. People who come to my center to be my core members, I really simply hope that they don't be so bluff off, and they don't show off like this, and they don't have this type of attitudes. Dharma teachings are giving us words that teach us know how to attend to others' needs, how to respect others. It's really no need to hold such a big revengeful emotions towards a group of people who have no ideas about what is going on, who are just simply arrived. And you may just practice generosity and patience and say in a nice way, like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Would you please lower your voice a little bit, because we still have a program in progress inside, and we will then, of course then, our group will then know and even respect the assistance from this volunteer if he speaks in such a manner. I really don't like to share such things in here. I really don't want to talk this harsh to people. But my teacher has, like my teachers, His Holiness, he has never said such things like this. But I think nowadays, I think why my teacher has never said such things, I think one of the reasons has to do with nowadays people can't really take words like this, can't be told to do what should be done. If they are told to do what should be doing, they may get really upset and angry, and then talk back, and may not even come back to the center anymore. Especially I'm just a small ani, and I'm the one that has no good looking in appearance. I have to force myself to be quiet, and I tell myself to say nice things only. And yet, sometimes, and especially nowadays, I really cannot help myself to think that those who are my team members, the volunteers, they all work very hard to learn how to get services around to peoples in kind manners. That's what I teach them to do, and that's what I hope them to do. I hope my center people can serve those who are in great need in a very kind manners, with respect and with a loving and kind heart. And now there goes sharing, and also done by His Holiness. And let me pull out the text. Okay. Excuse me.痛苦之间。Excuse me, I need to find the text. Takes me a little bit time to do that. Cannot find the file. Maybe we need a pause. Oh, here. Oh, excuse me. Yes. There is an talk by His Holiness one time at Gajmalam. It's a part of the teaching on Lord Tsongkhapa's 3 principal aspects on the path. And it's a teaching by His Holiness the 17th Galwan Kamaba Uchinchime Dorje on November 1st to 2nd in the year of 2013 at New Delhi. India Habitat Center. And the English translation was done by Lama Yeshe Gyamtso. And the talk was about as such is as such. Good afternoon, everyone. This morning we left off within the topic of elimination of obsessive craving for pleasures of future lives. You remember that's divided into the topic of contemplation of results of actions and the contemplation of the defects and sufferings of samsara. We went through, in a way, the results of actions, and we began to also to look at the defects of samsara. Therefore, as I mentioned this morning, samsara is being in the control or under the power of karma or kleshas. Therefore, we should define samsara as the continuous cycle of karma and kleshas. When we talk about the understanding of recognition of suffering, we are not only talking about suffering which we think of suffering, which usually refers to painful sensations. Painful sensations are what we call suffering of suffering, which is only one type of suffering. There is more depth of the understanding of suffering in this context, because there are also subtle aspects of suffering as well. The Buddhist presentation of suffering involves degrees of progressive subtlety of suffering. The suffering which is suffering of suffering, suffering of change, and then the pervasive suffering of the transitory composite. Each of these is more subtle, in a sense, than the one that preceded it. In this context, where turning away from obsessive craving for future lives means turning away from all samsara, achieving the desire to be free from all samsara. The suffering that is of primary importance is the all-pervasive suffering, or the transitory composite. And the understanding or recognition of this is not simply the recognition of the mere resultant suffering, such as painful sensations, but the understanding of the actual quality or actual makeup of entire process of samsara and suffering. For example, the second type of suffering, the suffering of change, is characterized as primarily the suffering experienced in states of higher rebirth, such as our own, in which, subsequent to that rebirth, one seems to experience some kind of temporary relief or happiness. But because it is not permanent, it is impermanent. It is not state of changeless happiness, but one that is fragile, subject to change, and can often be followed by states of actual suffering. However, the suffering of change is not merely a state of prior happiness, becoming a subsequent state of misery. It is the fact that the happiness itself can change, which reveals that it is not true happiness. It is not true happiness at all. The very fragility, the very impermanence of that happiness only reveals the suffering that was already there to begin with. In other words, when we talk about pleasure and pain or happiness and misery in the ordinary context, what we identify is that happiness or pleasure is not really or true absolute happiness. It is really just another type of suffering. And that other type of suffering is what is called the suffering of change. To give you an analogy, it is like if you were carrying a very heavy burden on your right shoulder and you started to experience a sensation of pain and fatigue and so on the right side. So eventually, in order to relieve that, you shift the burden to the top of your left shoulder. And initially, you experience a feeling of relief. However, if you continue to carry that heavy burden on your left shoulder, eventually it's going to become just as painful, just as unpleasant as it was to carry it on the right shoulder. The suffering of change is just like that. In between the prior state of suffering, in the analogy of carrying the burden on the right shoulder and the subsequent suffering, when the left shoulder becomes equally fatigued, there is a bit of sense of a relief in between. But in reality, because the sense of relief is part of the whole makeup of this form aggregate, the physical body, true permanent relief from pain is impossible. Because unless something happens to your brain that causes you to be temporarily incapable of physical pain, unless something happens to your brain that causes you to be temporarily incapable of feeling physical pain, the very design of your body incorporates the possibility and likelihood of painful sensations. Therefore, there is no real state of perfect pleasure or permanent relief within the aggregate of form. There is no real need for me to go into all the possible varieties of pain or suffering that we might experience. If sometimes when we talk too much about varieties and the suffering and the extremities of suffering we can experience, then people are sometimes put off and say, this Buddha Dharma just makes me miserable. And when you talk so much about such horrible things, you are just being cruel and uncompassionate. Here, the real point is to understand what suffering really is, and that suffering has not only a gross or coarse aspect, but subtle aspects as well. We have to remember that what we don't want is to suffer. What we want is to be happy. And what we are seeking is not merely temporary happiness. We want permanent happiness, which is the complete and final end of all suffering. Therefore, since that is what we really want, we need to remember also that it is insufficient for us to simply stop temporary painful sensations. That is not enough. The temporary relief from painful sensations is itself temporary. It's a mere stage, a mere transition in between one painful sensation and another. Temporary states of pleasure that we may enjoy also are not ultimate pleasure or happiness, because they depend on the presence of their respective conditions. As soon as those conditions are no longer present, that pleasurable sensation we experience will automatically cease. So therefore, more important than understanding all of the possible varieties of suffering is to understand the gradations of subtlety, that there are coarse, subtle, and very subtle aspects of our suffering. And the temporary abeyance of mere coarse suffering is not the cessation of the subtle and underlying sufferings. Therefore, we need to learn not to cling to temporary we need to learn not to cling to temporary states of pleasure or happiness, but continue to seek what we really want, which is absolute and permanent happiness. And since we cannot achieve that through material means, we must seek it within our own minds. The third and final part of Lord Tsongkhapa's presentation of the desire from freedom here is his explanation of the measure of that desire for freedom. In other words, how we know when we have achieved a stable and heartfelt desire to be free from samsara. How we know when we have achieved a stable and heartfelt desire to be free from samsara. This is explained in the 5th stanza of our text, which says, as you habituate in this way, when not even an instant of admiration arises from the prosperities of cyclic existence, and when the thought of aspiring for liberation arises throughout the day and night, at that point, true renunciation, the authentic desire for freedom from samsara, has arisen. What is meant here by renunciation is the desire to be free from samsara. And the measure of that desire, the measure of that renunciation is when, because you see suffering for what it is, you seek for complete liberation. You desire complete liberation from all of samsara. Now, this does not mean that when we do experience temporary states of happiness, we should reject them. We should not think that when we become happy temporarily, oh, go away happiness, I don't want you. Temporary states of happiness are fine. There is no problem with them, as long as we still remember the midst of those states of temporary happiness, that there is a far greater state of happiness, which is what we really want, and which we should continue to seek it, and not to be distracted from that seeking by temporary state of happiness. So in short, we don't need to reject temporary states of happiness, but we need to remember not to cling to them or mistaken them for our ultimate goal. And the same thing goes for suffering. Sometimes we become so oppressed by an experience of pain or suffering that it is as if we were literally trapped under it. We need to remember that the actual experiences of suffering that we regard normally as suffering are really a very small part of the whole body, the whole scheme of suffering to which we are subject. In fact, the suffering, which is pain, is not even the main thing in the suffering. The main thing is this all-pervasive predisposition to suffering, which pervades or fills our entire lives, which is much more the issue. When through understanding that we gain perspective on temporary experiences of suffering, through that perspective, we will feel much less oppressed by temporary experiences of suffering, and we will stop exaggerating their importance. Often, we regard really small problems as huge problems, which they are not. So the perspective we gain through understanding all-pervasive suffering will release us from obsessive focus on temporary suffering. So that's the reading from a talk by His Holiness the 17th Gyalwang-Karmapa Ujin Chenme Dorje on Tsongkhapa's 3 principal aspects on the path, on November 1st to 2nd, 2013 in New Delhi. And here goes on again to Ani's sharing. And he says that, in about 5 minutes, as the program approaches to the second half, and he says that, in about 5 minutes, we are about to be greeting year 2020. Here tonight, we wanted to promote a vegetarian fried shop called Xian Gu Dao. We purchased their fried vegetarian foods earlier tonight, and this fried place has been in business for the past 7 years. We don't have enough we don't have enough merits to be vegetarians sometimes. Like Ani said, like me before, I still don't have enough merits now, but I had less merits in the past, so that I wasn't a vegetarian for many years. Now I am a vegetarian. I probably can accumulate a little bit more merits by being a vegetarian. I have been sick, in and out of hospital treatments many times. I can say myself, that my life is half dead, and I have restored my life from hospitalization. And I can be a vegetarian now better is because I have been through operations, and as I went through the operations at the ER, I knew how it was for my body to be cut all over places. And then to me, that just got me to understand how painful it could be for the animals being cut and caged and slaughtered into pieces. And my life must have been saved by Guan Yin Avalokiteshvara, so that I can be alive now and to do a little bit sharing to all of you. And from my teacher, His Holiness Kawakamabba's teaching, we really can be led to get a better sense, to know how many different kinds of sufferings in life that is out there. Yet there are also more there are also more different kinds of sufferings. For example, and maybe sufferings in your future lives. For example, you may not be sick nowadays like me. You may have your good health. So you still think that you still have time. And yet you may have committed many misdeeds and many bad behaviors. And later on, maybe in your next life, you may be reborn into the three lower realms, hunger, ghosts, animal realms, or and so on in your next life. Actually, in the upper three realms, there are also full of sufferings. Heaven beings also suffer a lot at the end of their life. In their transitory state of falling into other realms, they also suffer. These heaven beings also suffer. So there has been an internet celebrity in China. It was a female. She was portrayed on the internet by living a life alone in the woods and showing herself how she can live a self-sufficient lifestyle by farming alone, by chopping the woods alone, and by living a life alone in the wilderness. And she can do all sorts of hard work by herself. This has been portrayed. Actually, she used to be like that, but nowadays she probably has been promoted to be celebrity like this. And why is this so appealing to so many people, to see her live such a lifestyle like that in the woods all by herself? I think, Annie said, it's sort of touching people's heart and mind. Why is that? Maybe living by oneself, living a sufficient lifestyle, being independent, is everyone's dreams. But this is sort of unattainable, which in reality is not possible. Like me, as weather changes rapidly, it's really hard for me to breathe. My heart, because I have heart problem. My heart will suffer as weather change rapidly. I know very well people out there with cardiovascular heart problems like me will have hard time as weather changes hugely. And so do street dogs out there might be having hard time as weather change. They may run out of food. and then will die in the coldness. It's about time to say hello to year 2020. So now let's make our wishes for this new year, and may our wishes of being happy be fulfilled. And as our wishes are fulfilled by White Tara, because our center just had a White Tara wish fulfilling empowerment recently. So as all our wishes were fulfilled by White Tara, so all of the wishes for people out there, for all beings, wishes to be fulfilled by White Tara as well. And may the wishes of having long lives, good health, much wealth, and happiness in this new year of year 2020, may all these wishes be fulfilled and be promised by White Tara. Actually, Annie says, as happy as we can be, we can only have happy day, just one day, which is on January 1st. And then after that, we all still need to face our own problems. The problems of illnesses, and the problems of running businesses, and paying our bills and debts, etc., and so on and so forth. But since it's New Year time, let's now be a little bit happy. Let's now promote tonight's fried veggies from Nanjicang in Wanhua district, in Wanhua night market called Nanjicang. And it's a fried veggie by a shop called Xian Gu Dao. And also we want to thank for our dinner banquet done by Hexi Veggie Restaurant. We wanted to practice and act with the small, we wanted to do the small act of compassion little by little and more by taking photos of over the veggie shops and then post them on our center Facebook. And you can also log in and take a look and then see where all these veggie shops are located. And then we hope year 2020 can be free from any disasters made by humans nor by nature. And please, all of us, let's engage in such small acts of compassion, and let's do as much as we can on this small acts of compassion. Let's not just say, rather we can really practice and act in. And please join us and practice kind speech and then kind behaviors toward others, and so on and so forth. We are promoting small acts of compassion, which means that we just act on small acts out of compassion. Love, compassion, action is not just a slogan at all. Annie says that actually seeing our deities and becoming Buddha or a Bodhisattva is really about us trying our best to give and trying our best to share our happiness. And then sometimes it may incorporates the actions of making sacrifice or giving up what we have to others. 6 paramita, 6 perfection is not for us to enjoy and to indulge ourselves in pleasures all the time. It's about us to accumulate merits. If you don't do so, you might just as well accumulate more karmas, bad karmas, and that will lead you to further sufferings. And then you will not be able to be liberated at all. And then Ani goes on to introduce a little bit about these fried veggies from the night market in Nanjicang called Xiangu Dao. People in small places, people who live in rural areas or high in the mountains or bare places may find it hard to become or vow to be vegetarians. We all know that. So we are not enforcing vegetarianism to all, but we simply hope that if you can do it little by little or once in a while or as much as you can simply do a lot of goods to yourself and to the planet and to the animals. And now let's move back to share to the sharings on Dharma. And he says that I hope I can do a little bit sharing from the teachings of my teachers and from teachings that I have received from great masters. I have 2 great teachers. One is His Holiness Gyalwang Karmapa, the other is Jinkong Venerable Master. To all of you, I hope by my sharing you can then get a little bit wise guidance from my learnings from my learnings from these 2 or more Dharma teachers, so that you will have more tools in your pockets as you go about in your life. For you, maybe you can then advance your own practices in this new year. And I wish the same thing for myself, that through the great teachings from great masters, I can advance my own practices. I also hope to go for some retreats this year. I hope to do a little bit personal retreats. Really, I wanted to turn inward to observe myself more, to look at what wrongs I have made more, and to face the problems that I have had, and to see what is going on inside of me. So let's all do that. These very unkind, very shadowy, very dark side of ourselves, yet still to be need to be discovered. I hope that each one of us can learn in this new year to do this, to look inside of us and to learn to be good and kind to others. So I will, and as I say so, I will definitely make my vows to make efforts in doing so. Now let's move on to readings on a book, again by His Holiness. This book again is from this book, Traveling the Path of Compassion by His Holiness. Let me pull the file from the computer. I need a minute. It's stanza 31st. Stanza 31st. In English, now I'm at 35. 31st. Okay. In English, it goes, not examining our confusion. We could masquerade as a practitioner while not in harmony with the Dharma. Therefore, to continually examine our confusion and discard it is the practice of a Bodhisattva. This stanza addresses those of us who call ourselves Dharma practitioners. What is the definition of practice? Taming our mind. Those of us who are supposed to be practicing Dharma should carefully examine ourselves, our body, speech, and mind, and become mindful of what we are doing. Otherwise, it is quite possible that although we have the form of a practitioner, we are not really practicing Dharma. Watching carefully to find our own faults, however, does not mean that we have to look down on ourselves or feel that we are worse than others. We do not have to throw ourselves into the river. This is too extreme. What it does mean is that practicing the Dharma is like learning how to dance. When we are learning how to move our arms and legs, we can practice in a room full of mirrors. Seeing our reflection directly, we observe how we are doing even before someone else tells us what is wrong. We all have faults. That is natural and not surprising. We also know how to improve because we know and or can learn what to correct and change. Further, we realize that what we are doing is for our own benefit. So if we find some faults or mistakes that we need to change, there is nothing wrong with us. They are just what we need to work on. This is what is meant by taming our mind. Then we might ask, how do I examine my confusion? Among the many different ways of investigating, there is one we do all the time. We are always on the lookout for the faults of others, what problems they have or what is wrong with what they do or think. Our mind is turned outward to judge others and not inward to see what we ourselves are doing wrong or what problems we might have. In this case, everything is reversed. For the wrong reasons, we think others are more important, and furthermore, we do not consider ourselves to be the center of concern when we should. We should be looking inward ourselves to see what to give up and what to change. If we do not try to do this, improving ourselves will be a distant dream. Most important is to be mindful of what transpires within us. For example, when we do not want anything bad to happen to us, we are very cautious in what we do. We are careful to avoid even a pinprick. In the same way, when we are working with our mind, we should be alert and conscientious, examine carefully what we are doing. Gradually, we will come to understand how we are and who we are. And with this knowledge as a basis, we can look within and see what is confused or mistaken and what is not. One simply way to examine ourselves is to look at photographs or videos that show how we talk and behave. Sometimes, before watching a video of myself speaking, I would feel that I had said something really significant. But later, when I actually saw the film, I was a little ashamed because what it showed was not exactly what I had imagined. When we watch ourselves like this, we can find the things that need improvement. In sum, whether we are looking inward at our mind or outward at a reflection, we should observe ourselves with clear attention. So that is stanza 31. And Ani goes on to share, my teacher is a great master, not a very ordinary teacher. He is a great master. All phenomena out there that we face are simply mirrors of reflections, are simply projections of our own karmas. From our three poisons that are greed, anger, and ignorance, so that you may feel your teachers are the ones who have some kind of problems. In fact, teachers don't have problems. They will continue to live. They will continue to live their lives as manifestations in this lifetime. Even if they are under great attacks of rumors, blackmails, scandals, etc. They will go through many hardships. They still will be able to attain perfect enlightenment. There's no doubt of it. They will be attaining perfect enlightenment within this lifetime. So great masters will be like this. However, for those who make the attacks on great masters, these are the peoples that will suffer hugely. They will then carry bad karma results. And then they will probably end up very likely in the hell realm. So let's not say how horrible or how terrible let's not say how terrible the hell realm is. Let's just see the animal realm, for example. You will see, you will understand. As we go about in services in Taiwan, as in before, we saw many animals suffering out there in the wilderness. For example, there was one time we saw pigs. They were raised very well, and then they were slaughtered. They were fed very well, and they were raised very well, and then all of a sudden they were slaughtered and sold to the markets and tagged with prices on them, according to how heavy their meat weight can be, and so they will be priced. Why is it so? This has to do with their karmas in their bad life, in their past life. This may have to do with the karmas from past lives. You took things from others. Let's say you have these habits of taking things from your workplace. You like to take make free phone calls at your company by using your workplace phone lines, and you just talk to whoever for 15 minutes, 1 hour, every day like this, every year like this, and year by year. So you also like to take home the pens and paper from your workplace for free. And so what would you be born into in your next life? It's more than likely that you were born to be like pigs, to be slaughtered, to be caged by your owners, and then to be chopped into pieces of meats, into porks to be cooked later on. And why is so? Because you owed so much to your owners, to your owners from previous lives, because you took so much from your previous lives. And you just forgot. Or it might be in the previous life you like to go about asking for discounts from shoppers at each time you go shopping, and you don't concern about their difficulties of running businesses and their pains of maybe going almost bankrupt by not running business well. You have no concern for them, for those shoppers at all. You just wanted your discounts. And then, so nowadays, this lifetime, you may just go, yes, you can do this bargaining each time and each day as you go shopping, and think, what will you become next life? What would you have to pay back in your next rebirth? Let's not forget about, there's always karma going after you with your rebirth. Habits are not just about you say, oh, Shifu Ani, I'm so angry, I'm a bad person because I kill a man. Because I'm angry, I need to kill a man. Yes, of course, bad people can be like that, but so are we. Bad people are not just like that. I am just You can go about saying that I'm just so angry, so I will kill a person. Killers, of course, out of their anger, they can go about kill people. But we don't have to be bad. We don't have to be killing people to engage in bad. We don't have to be killing people to be called or to be bad people. Lately, Annie said, I have had feelings, such feelings that sometimes I really think we really are less than dogs. We really are less than dogs. Dogs sometimes can be even better than human beings. For example, dogs can be loyal to their owners. I don't think I'm much better than a dog. I really wanted to say that I wanted to be full of repentance in this year 2020. Why is that? Because in retrospect, looking back on the past year, I found myself, I have made a lot of mistakes and faults. I get into temptations a lot as to lose a little, much faith in my teacher. I thought that he might be like others, like what others told about him in the rumors, in the blackmails, that he had his big problems, that he had done some wrongdoings. So I lost my faith in my teacher. That time I questioned myself why I became a nun. Why did I ever become a nun? I really fell into losing my faith and making negative comments on my teacher and on us, Sangha, as a whole. That was so wrong. I really violated Samaya vows myself. And thus, these days, I feel I really need to repent very, very much. Why am I looking at those fried veggies? And he says that I'm looking at those fried veggies because I can only take 2 bites. If I take more bites, my blood sugars will go so high that I will go to ER again. These are my karmas, I mean the bad karmas from the past. You guys are very healthy there. You don't need to suffer blood sugar problems like I have. But I can only look at those fried veggies. I can only look at you guys enjoy having them, having those tasty food. I cannot do that at all, not much. Most of my precious lifetime, I must have done, in my previous lifetime, and he says, I must have done many bad things, made many faults, make many wrongdoings. So I carried these negative karmas as to be so ill nowadays. Maybe I probably did killings a lot in the past previous lives, or setting fires, for example, like maybe soldiers would set fires to people's homes. I may have done such things in my previous lives. And in this year 2020, I really wanted to get on the path of getting to know a little bit of myself. Yes, you may want to choose to indulge yourself out there in pleasures and in happiness. But me, I cannot anymore. I only have this bit of life left. Mostly, I feel that I cannot really enjoy having good foods nowadays. Like, for example, our center give away a lot of more and more, I wouldn't say a lot, but more and more veggie banquets. And then at the banquets, they are full of delicious foods and cakes and delicious veggie products. But we simply give those delicious items away to people who come to participate. And I want to say is just that if you can give away things more and more, please, if you wanted to give away things, please do give away things that are fresh and good. Don't give away those that are almost expired or not so good that you yourself don't even want them. You have to practice in a way that treating others as if you are treating yourself. And if you want to get good fortune, wish for getting pregnant or getting rich or getting healthy, etc., you have to do so likewise. I used to, Annie says that, to see those people who would go to Tao temple to pray for a good fortune, but they failed to get their blessings granted by the gods they prayed to. Why is that? Because I was there right next to them, thinking and really seeing in them. And then I think back to myself, of course your wishes won't be granted by gods or goddess or in the temple. Why is that? Because you are not even good to your parents. You are not even do good things to your parents. Of course, gods and goddesses or Buddhas and Bodhisattvas won't bless your wishes at all. We all have to have some sort of connections with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. At least that we need to recite or remember names of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas once in a while, so that we can have connections with them. So that when we run into some sort of difficulties or sufferings, we may be blessed or saved by Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, because there's a connection with them, and so there's a possibility to be saved. And here goes about the reading in this book, The Heart is Noble. It's from chapter 8 in this book by His Holiness Gautama. The Heart is Noble, Changing the World from Inside Out. Chapter 8, Food Justice, Healing the Cycles of Hunger and Harm. Page 105. Food is an area of our life where we can directly experience the kindness we receive from others. It is also an area where we can perceive our dependence on the planet and on society. Every time we sit down to enjoy a meal, we are accepting a gift from the planet and the people that together provide our subsistence. Every time we eat, we taste our dependence on many other beings and on the earth itself. Every meal offers a taste of their kindness to us. Food brings home all we have discussed of the earth's great generosity, as well as our intimate connectedness to the world around us. Each meal we eat arrives on our plate through long, complex networks involving many people, many plants, many animals. The clouds, the soil also join in, and in fact, the whole planet contributes to create the food that we need to survive. Far-reaching chains of interactions form systems that make our food available to us, meal after meal, our whole life long. Unfortunately, many of those systems involve exploitation of human beings, animals, and the environment. Whether or not we are aware of this exploitation, we are eating the byproducts of it. We benefit from the exploitation. Therefore, we bear responsibility for the tremendous suffering caused to animals in the creation of our food. We bear responsibility for the physical and mental suffering caused to human beings who are working in the exploitation conditions in fields or factories. And we bear responsibilities too for the lasting harm being done to the land and water through the use of fertilizers and pesticides. What's more, many of our food systems have resulted in bringing us food that is harmful to our health. As grave as all these flaws in the food systems are, the most serious is that they are failing to deliver food to vast numbers of the world's population. Even in the 21st century, we still live in a world where far too many people suffer from malnutrition and starvation. In other words, the food systems supposedly designed to nourish us are instead either harming our bodies as well as other beings and the planet, or leaving many of us malnourished altogether. When we reach such a point, I think it is high time that we rethink what we are eating and how we as a society produce and distribute our food. Easier to change than to stay the same. Whether we're talking about social reform to bring about food justice or about spiritual practice, in both cases, the starting point is recognizing that we need to make changes. Getting to that point is often the hardest part. Once there, people have different responses. Both social reform and spiritual practice imply modifying our attitudes and our behavior. The prospect of having to make such changes can appear daunting, especially if deep down we suspect that real change is not possible. We can become discouraged before we really begin, feeling that such a shift amounts to having to change our very nature. If we believe that revamping the way our food is produced and even what we choose to eat is tantamount tantamount to asking a tiger to get rid of his stripes, then the challenge to bring about change will indeed seem insurmountable. Changing our food system may initially seem difficult because food is connected to so many aspects of our society and personal life: economics, public policy, social norms, the environment, and our own personal habits. Yet, what and how we eat is actually changing all the time. The meat industry has not always been the way it is today. Less than a century ago, there was no McDonald's. Just a few decades ago, there were no chemical fertilizers. A few years ago, there was no such thing as genetically modified seeds. These are all recent innovations. Moreover, our food systems are created by human interventions, and therefore humans can change them. In fact, our food systems are already in the process of rapid change. They are in a constant state of change. This is just the nature of all things. Indeed, it is harder for systems to remain the same than it is for them to continue changing. What we need to ask ourselves is, in what direction do we want changes to lead us? As we have seen, to bring about lasting social change, we begin first with an awareness of the necessity for change. The next, develop a vision of what positive change will look like. We then have to be moved deeply enough by the issue to act. And finally, we will need to root our ongoing actions in a motivation that can sustain them for the long run, until real changes are put in the place. Change in our food systems has to come from us, the individuals who make up society. As I mentioned earlier, society or community is nothing apart from individuals who comprise it. Therefore, the impetus to make positive changes has to come from individuals, from us. After all, we are the ones ordering, paying for, and eating all the food. It is up to each of us to identify the specific changes that will make a difference within our own particular food systems. Although some multinational food corporations seem to be very everywhere, the food that people eat and the ways that the food is produced vary a great deal from one culture and region to another. The food we eat is very much linked to local conditions. My own first-hand knowledge is limited to food systems where I live in India. So I am not in a good position to suggest specific measures for changing how food is produced and distributed in other places. That has to come from each of you, everywhere you live and eat. The mirror of the mind. Even if we accept in principle that we need to make changes in our own personal eating and shopping habits, we tend to want everyone and everything else to change first. This is a story that reminds us how crucial it is that we take responsibility for what we ourselves contribute to the problem, rather than laying all the blame for our harmful food systems on others, or waiting for someone else to fix the problem. The story tells of a king of a small, remote kingdom in an ancient Tibet. In this kingdom, mirrors were extremely rare, practically unheard of. Yet somehow the king managed to acquire a hand mirror and picked it up one day as he was talking to his faithful old servant. The king took a good look at himself in that mirror and was not pleased by what he saw. It seems this king was a singularly unattractive man. He felt thoroughly disgusted by the face staring back at him from this mirror. He tossed the mirror aside and exclaimed, "Who is that ugly man? I don't ever want to see him again. Banish this mirror from my kingdom." The servant could not keep silent at this. After all the years he had spent gazing at the king's unattractive face, he seized this opportunity to say, "My lord, I have had to look at you all these years. I do not have the option of just banishing the mirror." Like the king in the story, we seem to have a tendency to look at others, but not want to see ourselves. This is a saying in Tibetan. To see others, you need a pair of eyes. To see yourself, you need the mirror of your own mind. Recognizing what we are doing to ourselves, to others, to the world when we eat is the first step in changing our food systems. Lasting and significant change will not happen by imposing our views on others, or because others impose their views on us. It starts to happen when we look in our mental mirror and observe that there are positive changes to be made right here where we are, including the food we choose to consume every day. In Chapter 5, Consumerism and Greed, I discussed the fulfilling of building our society and our lives on the pursuit of material wealth. The pursuit is by definition endless, because there is no measure of how much is enough. But when it comes to food, there is a clear measure of who does or does not have enough. Malnutrition and starvation are indisputable standards for not enough. We and the millions of people who go hungry each day are all fellow members of the same global society. We are linked by the same broad food systems. Those of us who are favored by those systems and thus have enough food to eat must consider our responsibilities for those who do not. There is no single large-scale solution to the problem of world hunger. Nevertheless, this situation was created by many small factors coming together, and so it can also be shifted by many small efforts coming together. Where hunger goes from. Food systems produce not only food but also hunger. Like other systems, such as education or healthcare systems, our food system tend to benefit the rich. Food systems are linked to our economic systems, and our economic systems themselves favor the rich over the poor. They enable those with more to benefit from the work of those with less. The rich may say that the reason poor people do not have enough is because they are irresponsible and lazy. I think the fingers should be pointing in the other direction. The underlying reason for their poverty is that the poor have been marginalized. we have confined them to their poverty for our own benefit. And food is a major area where we are benefiting from the exploitation of the poor. Poor immigrants who work under the sun in the fields all day, and poor factory workers who process food under exploitative conditions and hardly earn enough to feed their families. Given the technological advances of our era, on the face of things, it is very hard to understand why there is still so much hunger in the world. The cost of one meal eaten by a very rich person could feed a poor person for many days. Earlier in Chapter 6, Social Action, we were discussing what it really means to be an advanced society. Perhaps indulgence and greed should be the signs of lagging behind. Perhaps a willingness to profit at others' expenses should be a decisive sign of being backward. To say that someone is poor is not quite right. It would be better to say that we have impoverished them. This is the dark side of the American dream. We blame the poor, accusing them of being poor because they do not work hard enough. Yet, for the most part, the poor have less because the rich have taken more. For the poor are overlooked and paid barely enough to cover the cost of living. This leaves them unable to pay for higher education that would allow them or their children to advance to better paying professions. Many poor are uninsured. So if anyone in the family faces health issues, they may carry the burden of those medical bills to the end of their days. In this way, our social and economic systems actively confine the poor to their poverty. And after that, we have the audacity to call them backward and lazy. These dynamics are important to keep in mind so that when we see a hungry person, we do not feel disconnected from their painful lack of food. If we remember that we have plenty to eat, are playing an integral role in their hunger, we can more easily recognize our participation in their suffering and more readily accept the responsibility to relieve it. You can begin to make an impact by training yourself to treat your wealth as a conscious responsibility. When you have a full plate, and especially when you have more food than you actually need, you can take that as a reminder that you share the world with those who have less. You can remember that the same systems that produce your food produce their hunger. Developing this habit of remembering their situation will encourage you to seek opportunities to share their suffering and relieve their hunger. In a simple way, each time you have more food than you need, you can become aware that it could feed someone else who does need it. When you learn to feel this deeply, you will be moved to act. That is a great first step. Rethinking meat. As we seek ways to make a personal difference with our food consumption, eating meat offers us a valuable lesson and an opportunity. As I discussed in Chapter 7, Environmental Protection, our current level of meat consumption has many detrimental effects on the planet. But if we are rethinking in terms of ending world hunger, what should interest us greatly is how many more people we could feed with existing resources if we made a significant shift from meat eating to vegetarianism. Even when animals are crowded into small quarters to save space, the land required to raise their feed is far greater than the land needed to raise vegetarian food of an equivalent nutritional value. As I mentioned earlier, studies show that a single acre of land could feed one meat eater or 20 vegetarians. This tells us that if our world become vegetarian, we could feed 20 times more people than we now do. If we are serious about ending world hunger, I think the fact deserves very serious attention. Using our planet's resources to raise animals to slaughter dramatically diminishes the resources that we could more effectively use to feed more people. Is meat eating even sustainable in the long run? If our aim is to end world hunger, I think this is a question we need to ask ourselves. Whether or not we agree that meat consumption is sustainable in the long run, I think we can agree that it is not our wisest choice, and it is certainly not our most compassionate choice either. If you are what you eat. In Chapter 7, Environmental Protection, I encouraged you to consider giving up meat as a step to protect the environment. As you can see, becoming vegetarian is also a way to contribute greatly toward food justice. Some of you may feel that all these arguments are theoretically compelling, but in practical to apply. You may think, I see the point, but personally I find it difficult to make this step. Or you may have tried to give up meat, but found it hard to keep up your commitment after a while. In this chapter, I would like to offer you all the support I can. To that end, I have a few thoughts to share with you that I hope will sustain you in your decision to reduce your consumption of meat. You can bear in mind the benefits that you yourself receive. Not only does the meat industry have hurt the environment, the animals themselves, but our society normal levels of meat consumption hurt the human bodies too. Many people expend a great deal of energy trying to stay healthy. People in the United States and other countries spend countless hours exercising, going to the gym, taking yoga classes, and so on. And how is it healthy to eat meat? When you eat meat, you are eating everything that went into the animal. You are eating their growth hormones and antibiotics and vaccinations. You are eating a lifetime of pesticides. Since the feed given to animals raised for mass slaughter is hardly likely to be certified organic. This is unhealthy enough to begin with, even before you consider the impact of the way animals are killed. We know a lot about the physical effects of adrenaline, stress, and fear, and we can imagine the sheer terror and panic in the slaughterhouse as animals smell blood of those who were killed before them. When you eat meat, you ingest not only the chemical substances that animals are full of, but also the emotional and physical stress that the animals experience throughout their lives and at the moment of their slaughter. That stress is also part of your meat. People who have tasted the yogurt in both China and Tibet often comment that the yogurt in Tibet is much tastier. The difference is that Tibetan cows roam freely. When animals are relaxed and happy, the milk and yogurt tastes better. What do milk and meat taste like when they come from animals who were tormented? Some people may tell you that you must eat meat for your health, for the protein, but this simply is not true. The millions of healthy vegetarians around the world are proof of that fact. Protein sources abound in legumes and other foods that are better for our body and for the environment. It really is just a matter of where we decide to get our protein. I think it is important to recognize that this is a choice we make every time we eat. Freedom in eating. It is true that our cultural environment can affect our eating habits, yet we have the freedom to decide to change. We have complete freedom to eat meat or not. Tibetans live on an arid plateau where herding livestock and eating meat have been central to our cultural for millennia. If Tibetan can stop eating meat, so can anyone who lives in a place where vegetables and alternate sources of protein are readily available. If you need more support against the pressures to eat meat, you could list the reasons why you should not eat meat, and then compare them to the reasons in favor of eating meat. The reasons individuals eat meat are mainly habit and the desire for pleasure. I'm sure you will see that the reasons not to eat meat far outweigh such superficial short-term reasons. The reasons to be vegetarian are realistic and sensible and based on long-term thinking. When we think seriously about the impact our food practices have on our body, on the environment, and on the animals themselves, it is clear that logic supports abstaining from eating meat. If you decide you want to try to stop eating meat, you can fortify yourself in this way with reason, and empower your mind and take responsibility for your body. Exercise your wisdom, strengthen your resolve, and let your mind take good care of your body. The choice is yours. No one can compel you to eat meat or to be vegetarian. You have to think carefully for yourself and then act according to your own values and for your own reasons. This is a story about a Chinese emperor who wanted to support vegetarianism. He banned meat eating. He made it punishable by a heavy penalty. Within the empire, there was a man whose wife caught him eating meat once and reported him to the authorities. Clearly avoiding Legal trouble is not the right motivation for becoming vegetarian. The reasons have to be compelling and convincing enough to change our mind, our mental attitudes, not just our physical actions. Only a change in attitude can sustain changes in our behavior in the long run. This choice simply cannot be foisted on us from outside. We see the reality of what happens to the animals. But all the information in the world is not enough if our heart is not moved. We need to make a decision from the depth of our heart so that we just do not want meat. And so that this feeling is genuine and arises spontaneously. The good thing is, if you give up meat for a while and then slip back, you can always try again. There is no reason why you cannot make a new effort. It will not be a loss to try again and again. Finally, if you want to give up meat, but can't seem to get rid of the habit, one solution is to put yourself in the cage where the animals are held before slaughter. Spend some time in there. If you like a chicken, spend some time in a chicken coop. If you like pork, spend time in a sty. If only in your imagination. See how it feels, then decide. Intentional eating. Whatever you decide, eating or not eating meat is a choice, and it is best to make it consciously. If you choose to eat meat, you should acknowledge that it is an option you are choosing, and that it is not the only option open to you. We eat meat in Tibet, namely due to the isolated location and arid climate. But because we are a Buddhist culture, when we ate meat, we knew that we were doing something not quite right. We did not simply feel entitled to kill and consume animals at will. We have some moral consumption. We had some moral compunction about eating the bodies of other sentient beings, and we ate accordingly. There is a saying in Tibetan that sounds contradictory: eat meat with compassion. This does not mean we seek out meat to eat because we are compassionate, but rather that if we find ourselves in a situation where we are eating meat, we do so with full compassion for the animal we are eating. We recite prayers for them. We express gratitude to the animals. In this way, Tibet developed a culture of eating meat with compassion for the animal who died for our sustenance. Tibet developed a culture of eating meat with compassion for the animal who died for our sustenance. Let us share with you a tale that may seem shocking, but offers a powerful image of eating meat with compassion. The story is set long ago in a rich and fertile region that typically enjoyed bountiful harvests. At a certain point, the region was struck by a severe and prolonged drought. At that time, an older couple was living with their adult son. The family had been accustomed to eating well, but wisely began to limit their consumption. But even after strictly rationing their food stores, eventually it all ran out, and one day the three of them were left with absolutely nothing to eat. As they faced starvation together, the parents told the son, "If we die, then you must survive on us. You must eat our flesh." "Absolutely not," the son said. "You must survive on me. I will be watching from beyond to be sure that you do. You must not let my flesh go to waste." That night, the son killed himself in order to keep his parents alive. He did this to offer his body to them with great love and compassion. Recalling his words, the grief-stricken parents forced themselves to eat the meat from his body with great reluctance and terrible sadness for the loss of their child. With each bite, they experienced an unbearable sense of indebtedness to their son and his sacrifice. If you do eat meat, this story offers a model of the attitude to have when you are eating an animal's flesh. Please do not mistake the point of this story. The point is not to condone suicide. Far from it. It is not meant to equate cannibalism with meat eating either. Rather, the point is to recognize that meat is something we receive at the cost of the life of another being. Although the animals we eat did not have the option of giving their lives voluntarily, as the son in the story did. Nevertheless, they did lose what was most precious to them in the world, their lives, so that some people could enjoy meat in their dishes. We ought to acknowledge the animal's sacrifice when we are eating their meat, not wolfing it down unthinkingly, and certainly not wasting it by throwing it uneaten. Two obstacles, desire and habit. As I mentioned earlier, I used to eat a lot of meat when I lived in Tibet. There was dry meat from the area around my monastery in Tibet that I really liked. I was not alone in liking it. That meat from the area around Chubu Monastery was so famous that politicians used to come from Lhasa asking for it. I can still remember the taste of that dried chubu meat, which I ate just for the flavor. It was a matter of habit. But by blindly following that habit as a child, I became attached to the taste. Even now, though I have been vegetarian for years, there are times I miss the flavor of that dry meat. As in my case, many of my eating patterns originate in sheer mindless habits. We crave what we gave up eating. This is just a matter of what we have cultivated a taste for. We can definitely cultivate a new taste for healthy foods. In other words, we can cultivate healthier desires. Buddhist texts speak of 3 different types of desires: positive desires, negative desires, and desires that are mixed. Positive desires are defined as desires for things that are good for you. Negative desires are desires for things that harm you. Mixed desires combine both harm and benefit. If you are going to let your eating choices be driven by desire, it is important to develop desires that are positive and healthy. This is possible to do, but only if your desires are guided by your wisdom and not by your attachment. The principle telling you what you want should be reason. When negative desires arise, you should recognize them as harmful and stop chasing after them. This process requires you to remain attentive and fully aware of what you are doing. You can avoid falling into harmful eating habits in much the same way you would avoid obstacles when driving your car. You remain alert when you drive, so that when you see a potential danger in your path, you steer the car in another direction. Don't let unhealthy habits and desire damage your vehicle. Steer yourself away as soon as you see them coming. You can use this as a way to wean yourself off old eating patterns. You develop new and healthier tastes. When food is toxic, when we look at the selection on the average supermarket shelf, it becomes clear how important it is that we start making conscious choices, guided by wisdom rather than desire and habit. Over the past decades, we humans have applied our ingenuity to inventing new ways to produce food. Pesticides, genetically modified seeds, and new processing methods combine to make food easier and more profitable to grow or raise. Yet at the same time, these very foods seem to be increasingly poisonous to the environment and to the very bodies they are supposed to nourish. What can we do about this? We obviously cannot stop eating. As we understand more about how food is produced and what it contains, we may not want to buy anything at all. It may seem that progress in food production is making things worse. We may even dream of going back to the days before supermarkets and fast food, and just grow all our own food. Although this could be a worthy endeavor, it is simply not practical in most cases. Even if we could begin to grow some herbs or a few vegetables, most of us will basically remain consumers and not major producers of food. Therefore, as consumers, we must take the best possible choices among what is available right now, and work to see that there are better choices available for all in the future. For example, you may not be able to afford to buy only organic products. Even if you can afford to buy purely organic, you might not find everything available where you live. Or organic foods might be sold but not grown in your area. Flying in or trucking in food from faraway regions consume a lot of fossil fuels. And so eating food that was not grown locally has other adverse impacts on the environment. For many reasons, the ideal option in terms of health and environmental impact may simply not be available to you. But as long as you are aware of what you are eating, you will at least make better choices within what is possible in your individual circumstances. By contrast, if you remain unaware or refuse to consider these issues, you cannot help but cause some form of harm to your own body, to the environment, to the people and animals exploited in order to produce your food. A practice for the supermarket. You can consciously work on becoming a more enlightened participant in these food systems. One simple practice you could adopt is to pause briefly at the entrance to the supermarket or wherever you shop for food. Just take a moment to adjust your attitude. Instead of the usual approach that you have come there to make purchases, tell yourself that you have come to make choices. Make the aspirations that your choices will make a difference for others. As you enter the store, envision that you are treading the same paths as many other people who are similarly seeking to make wise choices. Then, as you walk through the store, keep in mind that the choices you are making form a crucial component of the food systems that deliver food to everyone in your society. What you see available on the shelves reflect what people have been choosing to buy. Every purchase you make will support certain food industries and send a small signal of approval and acceptance. While you are shopping, you can think of the kind of food options you would like everyone to have available to them, and put those items in your cart. You can think of the kinds of food industries or practices you want to see changed, and keep the items out of your cart. As you do this, you can hold in your heart a hope that the choice you make today will join with the choices of other like-minded shoppers to bring lasting changes that will benefit many others too. If you approach food shopping in this spirit, you will naturally want to take some initiatives to better inform your choices. There is already a great deal of information available about commercial food products. It would be great if someone would create a phone app that would help us access and analyze all the relevant information about each item on the supermarket shelves. Although with the list of the ingredients, we need information about where each item comes from, how far it traveled, its impact on our health, how it was grown or slaughtered or manufactured, and how the company treats its workers. When you are standing in the supermarket, you could use this information to identify products that cause less suffering to your body, to animals, to humans, and to the environment. It is up to us to educate ourselves not just on general issues of nutrition, but about the particular food items we are eating. This will allow us to better understand and anticipate the immediate and long-term consequences of our food practices. Actively seeking out and using sources of information about food products give us alternatives and options. It can also send a clear message to big companies that we are aware of what they are doing and ready to act on our awareness. The fact that Today, there are vegetarian restaurants in many cities and vegetarian options in many non-vegetarian restaurants. It is visible proof that the food choices we make as individuals have the collective power to bring about change. After enough individuals inquired about vegetarian options, restaurants managers recognized that it was in their interest to add vegetarian selections to their menus. The same happened with organic foods in the supermarkets. We should not underestimate our power to bring about change. The danger of the easy way out. Today's food system has yielded a great variety of food options. This offers us some advantages, including the availability of alternative sources of protein to meat. However, much of what is newly available is sold not because it's more nutritious and compassionate, but because it is more convenient and tasty. We have already noted the importance of managing our desires for certain tastes. If we are to make better personal choices about what to eat and what food systems to support, we must also be careful not to let ourselves be taken in by the lure of ease and accessibility. We are constantly busy and living a life chasing the clock as if we were machines. If machines never need to eat or take a break, but machines never need to eat or take a break, our machine mentality leads us to value efficiency and productivity. This has caused us great damage in terms of the food systems we have developed, and also in our own attitudes toward the food we eat. There is a story about a great meditator who was led astray by taking the easy way out. This is said to have taken place at a time when many Tibetans were given immigrant visas to the United States. Among them was a highly accomplished meditator. His English skills were no better than most other Tibetans. He had no professional expertise, and he was considered fortunate to find an extremely easy job that paid fairly well. He had no clear idea what this company did as a whole, but it seemed like an ideal job for someone like him with no marketable skills. All he had to do was sit quietly in front of the machine and push some buttons. He spent his hours at work saying his prayers, meditating on universal compassion, and pushing that button every so often as he had been trained to do so. Sometimes later, one of his cousins visited him at work, curious to see what this easy job was. The visitor was more inquisitive than his cousin and discovered that the machine killed chickens. The meditators was monitoring the machine, and when something was lined up to kill the chickens, a signal came, and he had pushed some buttons and pulled some levers that operate a machine that affected the slaughter out of his sight. When the meditator realized what he had been doing, he was horrified. He was overcome with such remorse that he handed back his paycheck. The boss thought he was crazy. The meditator quit the murderer's job, and later it seems he went into retreat. We often fail to see what is actually going on around us, or the broader systems and institutions that we are a part of. We follow along and do not see our role in the larger food systems. If we are comfortable in our own little corner like this meditator, we do not even ask ourselves what the system as a whole is creating or destroying. This can have devastating consequences not just for us now, but for the future as well. There is nothing inherently wrong with things being easy or convenient. The problems come when we make ease the most important criterion when considering what and how to eat. When we take a long-term perspective, what is easy and convenient often looks like a foolish and short-sighted basis for our decisions. Think of today's children, of future generations. What are we passing on to them? For many centuries, human beings have handed down their wisdom and experience to subsequent generations. Old ways and wisdoms were valued and passed on because they were found to be thoughtful, sensible, and beneficial. They had stood the test of time. Knowing how to cook is one example of this. This killing is rapidly becoming one of the old ways, something people used to do in olden times. Although perhaps I should not talk, because I myself do not know how to cook. Learning to cook even just one dish from scratch is a simple but significant step we can take. Cooking could be a way to bring people together and bring warmth, closeness, and health into the home and into our family or community of friends. The greatness of small acts. Bringing about food wisdom in our own life and bringing about food justice in the world are long-term aims, vast in scope. We must not allow ourselves to become discouraged, thinking of the big things we cannot accomplish all at once. We should not discount small acts because they do not eliminate world hunger in one fell swoop. Small acts can be huge. Our very existence on this planet depends on small acts. Countless small acts have joined together to sustain our life. Numerous seeds have been planted, and numberless hands have quietly nurtured the plants. Each seed is tiny, and each hand may be quite small, but together they yield the vast harvests that fuel all human activity on this planet. We each depend on the presence of countless causes and conditions for our life to be possible. This same principle of interdependence means that our presence is also a condition for others' well-being and happiness. Our life takes place in a context of complete and constant interconnectedness. This means that everything we do can have some impact on others. This principle is how we developed large-scale food systems in the first place. When it gets cold where we live in northern India, I often wrap myself in a blanket or draped it over my knees. As I do, I recall the people in the much poorer area of Bodh Gaya who have nothing. There are many who live in the streets there with only their begging bowls to their name. When I hold my blankets, I think of them. I make aspirations and prayers that they may have blankets as well, and I make a firm determination that the next time I visit Bodh Gaya, I will bring blankets for them. Similarly, when we eat, we can also think about how to share our food with our hungry in small but direct ways. Clearly, one blanket or meal will not eliminate their poverty or end world hunger, but it fosters an attitude that brings results in the long run. When you truly root yourself in a sense of responsibility and caring, then you will naturally act to ease the pain you see, instead of being idealistic or waiting for the chance to have a big impact. You will be moved to act in small ways. And in the long run, this sense of deep concern will sustain your movements far beyond one single act. Even in the short term, making a practical difference in just one person's life is highly worthwhile. Ending the pain of an individual who is suffering is deeply meaningful. If you can make a difference in a few people's lives, that is something major. The most important thing is to be sincere and to remain sincerely conscientious about the responsibility that comes with the food you eat. Then you just have to start somewhere. You can stop eating meat. You can donate a certain percentage of what you earn to worthy causes. Educate yourself. Set an example for your peers. Open your heart. Share and give. Inspire others to do the same. This is how big things start. So there was the reading from this book by His Holiness the Karmapa Ujjinchen Doje. And then Ani went on to share, to her sharing. She says that we read parts and segments of the teachings, also include a little bit of my sharings and feelings. Altogether, I hope maybe in this way it will be serving some kind of as a kind of inspiration to some, and so that there will be a little bit benefits to be brought about and make a little bit difference in some people's lives in somehow, some way. Today, the weather is kind of cold. On December 31st, Annie said that the weather is kind of cold to me, and then I believe people out there with heart problems like me will suffer quite a bit. And just now we read parts and segments from His Holiness Karmapa's book, and in the reading we've learned how animals are held up in cages and get killed. You can imagine a little bit that the pains that in animals, but you probably won't exactly know, so it's not easy for you to stop eating. it probably would not be easy for you really to experience the pains in animals while they are killed and slaughtered. So it's just simply not easy for you to stop taking meat as your food. But for me, Annie says that being in and out hospitalization and in surgeries for many times, my experience of lying in the operation bed, I really don't dare anymore to consume animal meats anymore, because I can feel really a bit more about how it is like for animals to be slaughtered. Of course, practicing Dhamma is not about talking about pains or sufferings all the time, and of course it's also not about remembering pains and sufferings all the time. Yes, surely we should not dwell ourselves in the pains all the time. But for me, talking about experiences of the pains, especially the pains that I have gone through in my illnesses, is a good way for me to comprehend, to understand a little bit more about what is talked about by His Holiness Gyalwang in this book, The Noble Heart. The heart is noble. I then can comprehend a little bit more. That's what Annie is said, and she goes on to share that my illness is actually quite a good lesson for me. I have learned a lot. Also, me being a Buddhist nun, Tibetan Buddhist nun, and then I get experiences of being criticized or mocked by a lot of people, not being accepted by my lineage people, and sometimes I just feel like I'm a street dog. But it's okay. My teacher's teaching, His Holiness Gyalwang teaching, here in this book, The Heart is Noble, is telling to me that, and to maybe you all too, with the noble heart in each one of us, we can really attain somehow one day we can perfect ourselves in to the state of enlightenment. If there's no accumulation of small acts of compassion in each one of us, there is certainly no way to attain samadhi nor enlightenment. I know my family child who also joined in the reading. As far as I knew her, I knew she wouldn't understand what she read in the book. Actually, we all are like her. We all are like this. We don't know what we are taking in a lot of times, and we don't really know what it is said in the scriptures, in the texts, in the sutras, and we don't know what we are actually doing. Our minds are had to as we enter the puja rooms. For many years, we might just still sort of like praying and following the crowds to pray, just to get a little bit blessing, or to get a little bit good fortune in our lives. But all the Dharma, the Buddha Dharma, is not about connected with, is all about making connections with our lives. Some can even speed up recitation and finish. Some people can recite very fast and finish prayer very fast in a short time, in a speed way. And but just like our guest speaker mentioned earlier tonight, let's really take the lines of the text, the Buddha Dharma text, all these lines into our heart. They are nothing that will follow with us as we die. Only the karma, the subtleties of the karma will follow us. So if we wanted to practice, we really need to get down to know a little bit more about ourselves. We don't feel too big. Ani also share about that as we go to Dharma centers, sometimes they would give books for free or publish the items for free, and it's better to donate or to make some donations to contribute a little bit for that, or we can vow to spread Dharma as in ways that we can later on as we receive these free Dharma books, or we can vow to help others, to help others and to liberate others somehow by Dharma. It's better to be done that way than just to simply take free books and pray for nothing and do nothing. That way, you might later on you might suffer from the fruits of your bad karma, the fruition of your bad karmas. Foods in our society of Taiwan may be sufficient enough, and he says that we don't really see extreme starvation in Taiwan. However, the food our center are giving away to those who come and participate at the veggie banquet are sometimes groups from social service, from groups that are served in social service systems. There are groups who come to our veggie banquet are the groups who who have some disadvantages. We hope at this veggie banquets, not only we can offer them food for them to enjoy and consume and try a little bit how veggie foods taste like. Meanwhile, we also try our best to collect different veggie items as gifts, to be given away. It's quite long, so we probably need to make a pause, or we will just go very fast. So we try to give away veggie gifts to the participants who come to our veggie banquet. We try to do the right things in our daily life. We try to practice what it is said in our teacher's book, this book of The Heart is Noble. So recently, last year, as you can see, last year there was one layperson or one sangha who made a vow to, you could see the 地藏王菩萨 is Siddhi Kittis 地藏菩萨 and what do you call it in English? Siddhi Kaba excuse me. Dizang Pusa Siddhi Karba Bodhisattva. You can see the Siddhi Karba Bodhisattva statues behind on our altar. There are 21 of them. We asked for 21 statues to be sent to our center because last year there was one sangha or one lay person who vowed to build so many Siddhi Karba Bodhisattva statues for those to be given to those who would be willing to recite the sutra of Siddhi Karba Sutra. So our center have recited enough, so we can request the 21 of them. And thanks to this person who made such a great vow for all of us to be able to receive these. We are taking this opportunity to see and then to thank him, and then hopefully later on we can also collect what we can take this opportunity to call for sponsorship for barter lamps and for our future puja to be done either in our center or elsewhere. There was a sharing about that, and now let's pause for a while. Let's continue to finish all the sharings done by Annie on December 31st, 2019. Annie, lastly, in the last part, she shared that we human beings are not Buddhas and Bodhisattvas yet, so we were not able to engage ourselves in great activities. like Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Yet, we still, as normal beings, can engage ourselves in to vow to do some small acts of compassion, love and compassion. Little by little, we can generate and we can make the society as a whole a better place to be. And even though our power is small, we are not as great as Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, but we still can, together as a whole, in collective, we still can put together as a whole in collective, there will be still great power to be impactful. There are street dogs, and then a lot of street dogs might be short of foods, suffering and in starvation. So if you can donate your money to feed, to buy to the dog shelters for them to purchase dog foods, it will help them. And then this year, I try not to purchase Chinese New Year banquet at our center anymore. Why? I feel like since there are so many out there needed to be helped, we can save that money to give away to those who might need more. And then also, I just wanted to eat simply for myself during New Year, Chinese New Year. And then I hope that actually on a monthly basis, our center have done this veggie meal banquet each month. And then we hope we can continue to do that. And then without purchasing Chinese New Year banquet or dinner food, we can save up this amount of money to help street dogs or some people out there in need. And likely, there are many living Bodhisattvas out there who manifest themselves, such as in forms of such as we all know, Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa herself is a great person. She sacrificed all her life to help those in need. Of course, we are not as great as her. We're just small people, and our center is a small center. But we do what we can do to start where we can by doing what we can afford to give a little bit, such as the veggie banquet every month to some people. And even people would criticize to us about why do we give free foods? Why is it necessary to give food free to others? Actually, some people come to our center. They come to our parties, free veggie parties. They don't really come to consume this food free only. They also donate money. Some people do. So you might think we are such fools who will give away free foods to others. No, to me, there's a saying goes, there goes a saying, giving makes a one happier than receiving, isn't it? So I also have learned, and then I also have learned a lot from this, from giving and making food offerings to others. A lot of times I feel very touched by people who come to our parties. There was one time when some people just who were sitting in a corner of our banquet room, and they didn't feel quite comfortable in the beginning. But after some time, after the program progressed, and they started to feel they are welcomed, and a lot of activities going on, and a lot of giving, and a lot of things that can kind of open their heart, and they feel that this is such a great event and such a great loving party. So you will never know what you can get out of. You think you are giving to others, but actually you are receiving from those you give to. You also, it's a reciprocal give and take situation. And later on at the party, I heard from a lot of participants who shared that they feel very touched and moved by our events and programs, because they saw how like people with disabilities are treated very warmly at the party, and then we gave away a lot of gifts to the participants, and then the people like the group called Le San Institute, and they had their handmade crafts, and our center purchased the crafts from them and gave away to the participants. So some participants at the banquet shared how moved and touched they felt as they seen this going on. So I really think this is quite a very reciprocal learning and heartwarming experiences if you can ever come to make it yourself. And my vow as a nun is somehow associated with food offering, and our center's name is associated with food offering. So I think it has to do with food offering. We are going to do that continuously, and food really plays a very crucial part in connecting people. So this is I'm going to continue to do. And then there goes on a reading from Chinese book called 华严演义, and I try to do a little bit translation. There was a time Sudhana went to visit a bhikkhu called De Yun. De Yun bhikkhu shared with Sudhana about this method of remembering Buddha. This bhikkhu De Yun talked about 21 kinds of 21 manners. 21 is a number that means perfection. And this book, 华严演义, is given by Venerable Master Jing Kong Fa Shi, Jing Kong Venerable Jing Kong Master. And it's a commentary on flower ornament scripture. And there it goes on, volume 18, page 164. And the flower ornament scripture is a very fundamental Buddha Dharma. In Buddha Dharma, there's a great vehicle, small vehicle, and there's a sutra, and there's also Vajra. There's also different lineages in different schools. None is not included in this flower ornament scripture. 21 means great completion. It's not just a number. All the Buddhas talks about one Dharma. Which one is not talking about remembering Buddha? Which one is not talking about three kinds of wisdoms and three kinds of awarenesses? You can say that any kind of method is talking about remembering Buddha. It's not just simply recitation of Amitabha. Recitation, the name of Amitabha, is one of the special method of remembering in the remembering Buddha. Because we are all human beings, because the normal beings, as they have not been able to resolve or remove the karma, there's always rising thoughts and then rising thoughts in their mind. If we don't remember Buddha, then we must remember the samsara. And we must then remember self-centeredness and the worldly concerns. We then must remember all the time the 5 kinds of desires and 6 afflictions. And we must then be full of greed, hatred, ignorance, and arrogance. We must be falling into that extreme. So if we don't want to fall into the extreme of 3 poisons, 5 desires, etc., then we have to go remembering Buddha. This is the way for us to get liberation. We have to make our determination. This lifetime is the last lifetime. In the future, we will not be messing up ourselves in samsara. Now let's face this truth. Then gradually our mind is clear, is settled, is imbalanced, and is joyful. This life, let's not argue, or let's not measure. Let's not try to win over others. Either you criticize me or put me down or insult me or set me up or whatever. I will take it. I will take it with a delightful mind. Whatever you are doing to me, I will take it. This body, in this world, anything is given to me is good enough. There's no attachment. There's no discrimination to me, to my mind. In my mind, there's no discrimination. There's no attachment, no clinging. So if living in the palace is wonderful, but if I can only live in a small tent, it's wonderful too, because our mind is in equanimity. If the food given to me is cooked very finely, that is wonderful. But if it's not, it's very raw, and then it's not fine at all. It's also good to me. Nothing is no good. And if we can settle our mind in any kind of circumstance, in all kinds of situations, we can always purify the mind, tame our mind in equanimity. We have to see if we make progress this way. Have we made any improvements? We have to examine from all of this above. Have we made progress more and more in each year? And then when you can let go all the illusions, all the confusions, all the discriminations and clingings, when you can let go of those altogether, you are then complete. You are then have made completion. You are then have made your completion. You will be reborn, not in the world not the world for normal and sacred sages. You are not gonna be born in the realm in the Buddha's in the land of skillful means, but you are gonna to born in this real adorned Buddha's land. So this kind of thing we can all accomplish in this lifetime. What matters is that the problem is that you have to make determination. You have to put your efforts and you have to make your determination. But if you still wanted to argue or debate with others, then you cannot accomplish. Then you are gonna to be able to let go. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas manifest themselves in this human world, in our world, even though make all their endeavors to save us sentient beings. But it's up to us sentient beings, up to our merits and virtues. If there's no virtue in you, you won't be able to receive and to enjoy what is given by Buddha and Bodhisattvas. In earlier years, while I was in Taiwan, I heard there was a soldier. I did not know him. I was told by someone else he was a big soldier, and then he heard that he will be promoted in his career. The news wasn't really out yet. The news wasn't released yet. It was passed by someone to him, saying that the president had approved him to be promoted somehow in the future. And the soldier was very glad. He invited several friends over at his home to have a cup of alcohol, to have some drinks. But he probably overdosed. And then all of a sudden he passed out. He died at the table. He just carried one star on his uniform. Another star added could just kill him, was then killing him. So if there's no such a thing, there's no such a promotion, he would be fine. But just one more star added on his uniform would be able to kill him. Why is that? Because he didn't have that fate. He didn't have that destiny. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are perfect in their wisdom. Why cannot give some wisdom or some virtue to sentient beings? It's not that Buddha and Bodhisattva it's not that Buddha and Bodhisattva not giving virtue and wisdom to sentient beings. It's the sentient beings who cannot take it. So when it's time for you to starve, you needed to starve. When it's time for you to chill, it's better for you to chill a little bit. So when you have to sacrifice or to suffer a little bit, it may be good for you, because when it's the time for you to diminish your karma debts, as your karma debts gradually diminish little by little and removed little by little, your virtues and merits might come across in front of you. So then you can receive teachings from Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to receive teachings. So this is the reason. This is the truth. It's incredible. It's very omniscient to see how this karma can affect sentient beings. So this is basically what this sharing on this section from this book called 华严演义 by Venerable Master Jin Kong. And then there goes on to Ani sharing at the end, almost toward the end. Ani says that recitation sutra, practicing mantra, counting Buddha's names, etc. These are all great practices, and even learning how to be a good person, trying to give away money, like 500 New Taiwan dollars a month, even just that much, or doing these are ways to collect or to accumulate virtues. If you can continue to do that every day, Bodhisattva will definitely come to manifest in different forms to help you. Or if you can encounter, or as you encounter obstacles, obstructions, some obstacles like getting sick, like me, but it's okay. You can tell yourself it's okay. It's a time, it's a good time then to, as you come into obstacles, you can tell yourself that it's a good time to purify bad karmas. And then one day maybe you will be able to be free from all these bad karma, the effects of the bad karmas, and then to be emancipated by Buddhas or Bodhisattvas. If you sincerely have faith. However, you also need to be diligent enough. I myself, Ani said, am not a Dharma teacher at all. I'm just a nun who tries to practice a little bit of Buddha Dharma. I just simply hope by reading great works done by great masters such as Venerable Master Jin Kong and my spiritual teacher, His Holiness Kamaba, and by sharing my reflections on this, reflections after I read their works. You may hear from my sharings, and you may know as well to implement the teachings into your daily lives. In this way, I may bring a little bit benefits into your lives. And then you may start to think, how can I change myself to become better people, to be kinder to others? Bodhisattva Kitiskapa once made a vow. He said that he will not attain Buddhahood. He will not attain enlightenment if the hell is still not empty. If there's still one being in the hell, he will not then be a Buddha. Such a great vow, of course, we cannot have this in our mind. But as we recite along the original vow of Siddhikarma Bodhisattva, we can also give a rise to follow such a vow in our mind. And as now you viewers in front of the camera, you still are online if at this time, at such a late time, following our live program, you might as well like to recite this sutra called the original vow of Siddhiskapa Bodhisattva, in Chinese called 地藏菩萨本愿经, and in English it's called the original vows of Siddhiskapa Bodhisattva Sutra. All of these readings that we've shared tonight and read along tonight, even though it was just read once, and in segments, because they are such good, great, perfect Dharma words. We can, if there's a minute for us to just listen to and think over, and later on to contemplate upon a little bit, we may benefit ourselves, especially at the time of difficulties and challenges, if we can contemplate over what we have heard in tonight's sharing and in tonight's reading on the sutras and on the Dharma talks by great masters. We might free ourselves from our difficulties and challenges. And to all the Lamalas and Sanghas, to all the great I wanted to share, and it says that the Dharma is not meant to be given for you just to do recitation, to do the prayers only in the prayer room, or just for you to learn so that you can pass your school learnings in Shedra or in Institute, and later on as you recite these sutras or these scriptures, for you to receive money offerings at pujas. Please, all good lamas, all lamalas, all sanghas, please take the Dharma teaching in your heart. Please receive the Dharma teaching. Dharma is meant for you to make yourself good people. And Dharma is meant to be given to us that we can use into ourselves and to also help others. And for a lot of lamas and sangha, you might be good at doing mantras, pujas, fire pujas, smoke pujas, and all sorts of different various kinds of pujas very well. You might also be rebirths of Bodhisattvas, but to be honest, no matter what, you still need to learn to be the ones that can go liberate all sentient beings. Please keep this in your mind. Please, Ani is saying this to all Sangha. And we Sangha, please, we bear in mind that all Dharma is about us to go liberate all sentient beings. Now at this degenerate time, we are really in great need of such living Bodhisattvas that can keep in their mind all this how to utilize or how to go about liberating sentient beings. And then so just don't think you are just sit there and pray and receive money offering thereafter. If we can just bear Dharma and bear how to help sentient beings in our mind, of course, whatever we need will be delivered to us. We don't need any more Sangha with great titles. We don't need Sangha to call themselves Bodhisattvas that will build a lot of big monasteries or temples. What we need more is what we need more in Sangha is to bear how to say, how to help, and how to liberate sentient beings in each second of our mind. If you don't seem to bear this, how can you really sleep well? The real Guanyin Avalokiteshvara can really sleep like this. Lastly, I want to say, Ani goes about sharing that in the year of 2020, I will continue my work and my services as usual. I will ask my center to provide Korean classes, free classes. Free classes are not meant to be to grow our three poisons, but we give free classes simply hope that whoever come to these free classes will benefit for them to have better lives. And then who says that we don't grow three poisons? Whoever says so, you are the ones that will definitely grow three poisons: the greed and the anger and the ignorance in your minds. And then those, you would definitely grow the three poisons. Then those who ride the tuk-tuks in Bodh Gayas more. Those ones who ride tuk-tuks in Bodh Gaya, actually they only ask for 100 or 200 rupees more from each ride. They do. They don't ask more. They don't have much greed. Instead, we people who can make 100,000 NT dollars a month probably have much more greed than them, than those tuk-tuk riders in Bodh Gaya. This is what I've seen in my own experience. The riders in tuk-tuk, the tuk-tuk riders in Bodh Gaya, they simply just wanted to make a better living out of riding the tuk-tuks, and so that they ask for more rupees. But you are having a good job, and you come to our center praying and then asking for Sangha to bear your karmas. You are the ones, and just to give away some thousand or hundreds of thousands of NT dollars, you think you are the ones that have less greed? No, actually you are the ones that asking more and tend to be more greedy than those tuk-tuk riders in Bodh Gaya. Okay, lastly, as we are greeting and approaching into the year of 2020, let's hope that all of our wishes, all of our lives full of joys, happinesses, but this kind of joys and happinesses are not about us, taking up good foods and enjoying ourselves in luxurious lives, but to see, also to open our eyes to see sufferings and pains in others. And then let's insist on doing some right things, or to do things righteously. Let's not give up easily. Even if we are in the middle of difficulties, challenges, that is okay. Let's tell ourselves to move on, to go on as always. And let's say go, go, go to ourselves in the year of 2020 and throughout the year of 2020. I wish you all happy in this new year, and I wish you all, my teachers, my spiritual teachers, in different traditions, I wish you all in good health, having long life, and having success in your Dharma activities. May our center, Taiwan 368 Kamaba Food Offering Vegetarian Association, will continue to promote more and more veggie parties to a lot more people, to different groups of people, and to help even more people in different ways. By doing so, we are then helping ourselves. And as we go closer to, and then this will lead us closer to the state of samadhi, the enlightenment. So when you get out, I've always believed, Annie said, whatever you are giving out will always come back to yourself. That's no doubt of it. And it's almost the end of this program. And lastly, I want to say that thanks for viewing our program tonight. And may all the merits be dedicated to benefit all sentient beings. And good night, and see you next time. Happy New Year.